May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move, oh, he beat me to it. Peter beat me, so I'll second it.
Okay, Peter got in first. Peter made the motion. Catherine, I take it you're seconding.
Mhm.
Okay, Catherine seconds it. Any discussion on the agenda? Okay, may I have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 with Sanjay absent. I do have a report out of an action taken in closed session. That report is brief. Here it is. The board voted 4-0 to deny one claim. So that is the report out of closed session. The motion to do that was made by Catherine. It was seconded by Esme. And the vote, as I said, was 4-0 with Sanjay absent. Next, we have a resolution for a very important National Women's History Month.
Thank you. This evening, we bring before you a resolution and recommendation of approval of Women's History Month, Resolution 22-2320. And I will read it as follows. Whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made significant and historic contributions to the growth and strength of our society in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist, emancipation, labor, civil rights, and other movements, as well as the recent Me Too movement. And whereas the leadership of women in elected office, including the contributions of our own Board of Education trustees, serves as an example of community and civic engagement for girls and women in our community. And whereas Mountain View Los Altos High School District has encouraged pathways for young women to pursue science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics careers, and the underrepresentation of women in non-traditional careers. Therefore, be it resolved by the Mountain View Los Altos High School District and its Board of Trustees that they honor the contributions that women have made throughout history and commit to support efforts to improve opportunities for young women. And be it further resolved by the Mountain View Los Altos High School District and its Board of Trustees that the month of March 2023 is designated as Women's History Month, and that all educational sites be encouraged to commemorate this time with appropriate planned activities.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Okay, may I have a motion then to adopt resolution 22/23-20?
I so moved, but I feel sort of weird doing it since one of the women that you're talking about. But you're the chair and Sanjay's not here, so one of us has to. So I move that we approve the resolution.
Okay,
I'll
well, to
second
make
it.
you happy, I can second the motion. So I will gladly do so. Okay, any further discussion? In that case, may I have a vote? All in favor, raise your hands to signify aye. Aye, motion carries 4-0 with Sanjay absent. We now have board member reports. Any board member wishing to report on any activity in the time from the last meeting? Catherine.
I want to point out that quite a few of us went to this CSBA, that's California State Board Association, meeting on legislative situations, and we heard from Ted Lambert and from our representative Mark Berman and different people at different, and Joe Smidian, our county supervisor, about legislation and advocating for children and education in that part of the political system. It was very informative, and we all learned some things. Plus, we did that networking and establish relationships with people so that we can advocate for you all and us all in those environments.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Anybody have anything to add? Okay, thank you. Let the record show that our student board member, Sadie Gressel, has joined us.
Thank you
Welcome,
so much.
Sadie.
I'm so sorry I couldn't make my party.
No, that's okay. You made it just in time.
All right, let me take up my notes.
Because the next item on our agenda is the student member report,
Okay.
and it's all yours tonight.
Okay, let me just open it.
Take your time.
All right, lots of stuff is going on at LAHS right now. One of the main things that ASB is focusing on is our Clash of the Classes, which includes a Spirit Week and a night rally. We really look forward to putting on this event. And we really look forward to having a night rally, which is something that we do once a year, that we'd love to get students involved in. Other than that, we've got lots of club activities going on. And one of the main things that's going on in our school right now is the fight overdose. We thank the board for all of their help with helping us end this epidemic and recognizing this is a very grave issue. We've lost one of our own students to drug overdoses just last year. Other than that, we've got our color run, which supports our athletics. This will be taking place on April 1st from 2023, and our SALT Club, our student athlete leadership team, is working very diligently to plan this. Furthermore, our speech and debate team is sending 5 students to date, Yi being one of them, which I'm very excited about. In addition to this, I'm joined by Maya Young, Kira Chatwin, Ethan Park, and Catherine Wong. We are very excited. It will be in Carlsbad, which is in Southern California. We also have the instrumental music spring concert, which are coming up on the 22nd and 23rd of this month. It will be in the Eagle Theater, and it will celebrate the start of the spring with LAHS instrumental music ensemble, string orchestra, and chamber ensemble will be performing. We are very excited for this and for everything that's going on at our school. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadie. Lots going on as usual. Very good. Any questions for Sadie? Catherine?
From the overdose week so far, do you know anything yet that you would want to share with everybody on what you might have learned?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's been really amazing is that we've had lots of different people being able to present and talk about it. We've been getting a lot of student involvement, which I'm really excited about.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So I also had a question about that. Do you have any form of, I know Santa Clara County is offering Narcan, but I don't know if that's available to minors, but it is available to their parents. So I know there's a presentation at Gun where they're distributing Narcan with Supervisor Smidian. So I don't know if that's something that Los Altos would be interested in, to have actual Narcan distributed at one of the events that you hold about from this.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I do not know that.
Can I help with that one?
Yes.
Hi, thank you very much. So basically what's happening is a group is coming up and they are giving presentations to all of the different classes. And on Friday, students will have a signed parental permission form and pick up a box of naloxone. So we have 600, with the promise of 600 more, if we need more kids, they will get one. So then you have to have a parental permission form, and those will be going out starting tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. That's
Thank you so much,
wonderful to
Mr.
hear.
Everybody.
Yeah.
May I ask another question? When so all the teachers have some in their room?
We have about 40 classrooms that have them, and this group is helping us get the rest of the classrooms outfitted, so we will have a box in every classroom. They're very happy to help all of this, and we're all working on this together, so they will probably end up coming up again. But we go, like I said, really fortunate to be able to be the first groups that start without.
So I guess just a point of education. So Narcan is a life-saving drug that you can administer to someone who is having a fentanyl overdose. You do need training on how to administer it, but if you can deliver it, you can save someone's life. So that's why it's important to have it on campuses, because as we've learned, it can happen to anyone.
Okay, thank you, Tina.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, let's move on. In that case, we have students of the month.
I don't believe we're doing.
No, you're not doing it tonight.
No, I
You're
think we're
okay.
doing it on the later.
Right,
Okay,
you're right.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do have students
We
of the
do.
month though.
So I believe we have someone who is going to present from Middle College, and we have 2 students of the month this evening.
Would you like those students to join us up here as well?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So hi, I'm Alicia. I'm from Middle College. I'm one of our teaching staff. We have a few other members. Mike is right in the back, and then Marciano can't be here with us. He's feeling ill, so he couldn't make it tonight. But from our program, we have 2 cohorts of students, and so it felt right. And it's been precedent that we get to share 1 student from each cohort just to represent the whole of our program. So I'll be introducing Justin Green to you. Justin, would you wave? Okay. So Justin's with the understanding cohort with me and Marciano. So we are happy to present Justin Green as the MVLA student of the month for the Middle College understanding cohort. In our dialogue and project-based classes, Justin models intellectual curiosity. Justin is a genuine, thoughtful, and respectful contributor who often poses questions that challenge the student groupthink and lead to a deeper, more substantive, and meaningful discussion. In addition to his positive participation in class, he is also an outstanding citizen. Justin's care and concern for others is central to his character. For example, a few weeks ago at the time that this was written, we had a junior student who was having a significantly difficult time and had to step out of class. Justin saw the student in passing and took it upon himself to stop and make sure that they were safe and help the student identify strategies to navigate the issue, and then let staff know so that we could further support the student with the student's consent, of course. In this situation and others, Justin is compassionate, resourceful, and navigates complex situations with great intra and interpersonal wisdom, and he has earned the trust of his peers. Justin is well known in our community for being extremely welcoming. He can often be found inviting others in, and more than once has volunteered at recruiting events to speak to his Middle College experiences, answer questions, and encourage students to apply. Since joining us, Justin has opportunistically used Foothill College's diverse offerings to explore his passions for public health topics and public service. Last year, Justin opted to participate in Foothill's Research and Service Learning Symposium, which is a campus-wide event that gives students the chance to engage with research with the support of a professor in a given department. And Justin plans to pursue public health at the university level and dedicate his career to help address health inequities. And so we can't wait to hear about his future adventures and accomplishments.
Justin, you sound just wonderful, too good to be true.
Oh, thank you. I tried.
That's, I have to say, I admire the way you show your care for your fellow students. I think that is such a great quality. And I think if we all had it, this would be just a great world. This would be, a lot of Justins is what we need. So thank you so much for doing that. Do we have some questions? Or just Catherine?
Well, it says here, and I heard them read, that you sometimes challenge the student groupthink. Give me an example of something that seemed like everybody was on the same trail and you wanted to give a different point of view.
I would say the general example I can think of is we have a history class that's kind of a history / current events. Let's talk about the world and be educated. And I think the example I came up with was I made a connection to, we were talking about racial inequality in Jim Crow America. And I actually I brought up a point about public health and how actually there was a racial disparity in the healthcare and the health access, like a very simple thing that was water fountains, and that there was a healthier, publicly held progressive approach that was only being offered to the white citizens. And so, as you can imagine, that issues like that aren't quite so black and white anymore, but they are very prevalent in our society. So I think a lot of times it's about making connections to things just outside of the classroom, whether that be healthcare, interpersonal things, stories, anything like that. Kind of just bring it out of the classroom a little.
Thank you.
Stephen?
Well, I was just really impressed by the story of you checking on a student. I think that's a skill that, like, I mean, I read that and I think a lot of adults don't do that. So I'm really impressed by that. And also, I think getting the student to get help, you must have really said something to that student. And I really admire that you're pursuing public health and health inequities. I feel behavior you demonstrated in that is exactly kind of what we need in that area. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what you're going to do.
Thank you, appreciate that. I have a question for you, Justin. Can you share a little bit about the research you were able to engage?
Oh, sure.
And-
I'm gonna keep it slim because I can go into detail, but essentially I was looking at I called it a window into health equity, which it was a little corny, but it's still true, which is finding a small local example of a health inequality to make people think about the broader issues. So the example I looked at was I took the richest and poorest cities in the Bay Area based on poverty level, income status, etc. And I compared the available green spaces, so that can include a park, a playground, a large place to walk, anything like that. And I compared the two in the same area, which, as you can imagine, there was almost twice as many in a richer area where there's larger multi-family, single family homes and larger property lots. So I kind of just looked at that and then also compared the racial demographics of each city, poverty levels, access to healthcare. And I just kind of looked at that and I said, like, look, this is clearly a disparity, and the people that need it most aren't having access to this very easy and very, honestly, like very big impact on health that a green space can have.
It's incredible. Thank you.
Okay, Justin, do you have any family here with you tonight?
Yeah.
Excellent. Come on, Dad.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, girl.
Student here. You might promise. Here, I'll be on the outside.
Hello, let me just make sure the mic is here.
Okay, and now we have another middle college student, this time from the agency cohort.
Yes. Hi, I'm Sophie. I'm the new agency teacher, and I'm part of agency cohort, and I teach with Mike. I teach the U.S. history, government, and econ. And I'm very proud and honored, one, to be a part of middle college, and two, to present my student of the month. So Foothill Middle College is proud to present Ari Labova as student of the month for agency cohort. Ari was accepted to middle college during her junior year after having spent her first 2 years at Mountain View High School. From her first moment at middle college, Ari has become an amazing addition to our community and beyond. Ari's kindness to others, eagerness to participate in multiple programs, and passion for learning have earned her the title of student of the month. Ari has taken full advantage of the dual enrollment system with Foothill College, and she has taken multiple classes, including sports medication, EMT, 3/4 of advanced calculus, computer science, and many other courses. Her college courses challenge her on a deeper intellectual level and allow her the autonomy that she truly enjoys. Within our unique program, the community component is built to allow students to not only be free-thinking individuals, but to thrive and grow with others on similar paths. Ari has wholeheartedly taken advantage of this opportunity and she's become an outgoing leader and one of our most reliable students. She is a very valuable asset to the program. Next fall, Ari hopes to study and become a biomedical engineer. To her peers, Ari has been dubbed the unofficial class president. She's quick to engage with new students into the program and is efficient in planning social events where all students are welcome to participate. In terms of her group assignments or projects, Ari is often sought after for her ability to lead, design, and collaborate. Her kindness inspires others to be a part of our community. Additionally, staff members at Middle College also rely on her ability to engage with students and often look forward to her involvement in school activities. We are incredibly proud of her, and it has been a pleasure to work with her. She is dedicated, organized, driven, but most important is her compassion when working with others. The university where Ari decides to attend will be fortunate to have one of the finest students Middle College and MVLA has ever had the opportunity to help educate.
Wow, Ari, that is high praise indeed.
Yeah, it is.
And it looks like you have earned that praise. That is terrific. I do note that the word kind was mentioned at least twice in the presentation, and that it was pointed out in the last paragraph. Most important is your compassion with working with others. And I think you and Justin both have that quality. And as a result, you elevate the performance of everyone around you, and you make everyone around you feel better about being where they are and in your presence. So in addition to all your other accomplishments in your academic work, I think you should be very, very proud of that, because it's a rare quality, much rarer than those academic accomplishments. And you have a real gift there, and I think, Justin, you have it as well. So keep that gift nourished, keep giving it to others, and you will do great things for this world. You already have.
Thank you.
Board members, anything to question, add, say?
Yeah, I'm wondering what activities you plan, because maybe I want to go to one of them.
Sure. I focus a lot on like cohort building and like community building. So at the end of last quarter, after all our finals were done and we were exhausted from taking our finals, I organized a bowling trip with with my whole class, and we just spent time bowling with each other so that like we could connect even outside of the classroom, and really like get to know each other beyond just in English or in history. Yeah,
That's awesome.
thank you.
And
Well, I was a licensed EMT at one time in my life. What do you think the hardest skill that you had to learn in your EMT class?
I'm still in my EMT class,
Oh,
so
okay.
that's where we're
So
remaining
far
to
then.
see. So far, let me think. I think it was probably like being able to work through stress, because in my EMT class, sometimes what our professors would do is we would just be like before class practicing on each other, taking vital signs, and then suddenly like our professor screams, "Oh my God, there's a body on the floor," and everything has to stop, and we have to go do CPR, and we have to go get the AED. So like being able to work through that stress and like be able to communicate through it was very hard to learn, but it's a very useful skill.
I agree with you.
Just want to say congratulations, Ari. I think you're doing one of the really key things that I think is really critical to the success of Middle College is community building with your cohort mates, you know, because it's a smaller community than, you know, some of our larger schools. So that's what you're doing to cultivate that is a big deal. So thank you.
Thank you.
so Ari, do you have some family with you here tonight?
I do.
Oh, excellent.
An interesting connection because I'm a midwife and I deliver. Right now.
I can't believe that story. That was great.
And, I know. So. Yeah, it is a small world. And it's here to hear my stories.
We're now at item 13 on the agenda, which is the superintendent report.
Okay, thank you, Justin and Ari. Congratulations. I always have the slot right after Students of the Month, so I'll do my best. It's always hard to follow. To start out, wanted to thank our singers from Mountain View High School who, along with Los Altos, they have their Valentine Grams, and it's a great way to show appreciation and love. And I have to say, they're exhausted by the end of the day. They're just running around everywhere. So special thanks to them for all that they do. Continuing along, we continue to speak to our three main goals of academic excellence, equity, and engagement. So to that end, wanted to give you a brief update, and you're going to hear more tonight from our Family Partnership Council report. But wanted to share some of the qualities that have come and bubbled to the top as we're looking for the important qualities that we want all of our students to have upon exiting MVLA. So some of the things that came up: conceptual understanding, ethical behavior and empathy, which we just spoke to with our students and saw it exhibited, critical thinking, problem solving, collaborating with others, and building relationships. There's Sadie. Something that we are working on that is starting up very soon, our Student Advisory Council. And this has been something that has been in the works through our Family Partnership Office. And we are going to have a group of students who are currently in the application process, and it will be led by our student leaders here, Sadie and Ava, and I will be just helping them lead. And we are going to really look at district initiatives, talk about things that are difficult problems to solve, and hopefully tap into the students' unique and important perspective. And so currently our ASB presidents, our student community leaders and ambassadors are part of it. And we're also taking applications for different voices. So we'll give you more information and updates on that, but we're very much looking forward to starting this wonderful project. Something else, speaking of things that our students are going to advise us on, and something that our teachers have worked very hard on, I wanted to share briefly that we have, through our Educational Services Department, and thank you to Terry Fott and to our teacher team, created an ethnic studies webpage. And we will have a study session on April 3rd, which will be from 4 to 6 in this room. And the curriculum that we will be looking at and discussing, really, I think this is the 3rd or 4th time that we're bringing this information to the board, sharing an update on ethnic studies. And I did want to just applaud our ethnic studies teachers who are piloting this program. This is not an easy thing. This is why other places have not done it yet. And are actually 2 years behind working on. I also just, when I wanted to put some adjectives around what they're doing, I wanted to speak to the quality of the work that we've seen them do. The units of study, the work that they've created, that really do some of the things, Justin, you were on the mark with looking at bringing things from outside that are relevant. The integrity of the teachers who are putting this together. And I have to say the integrity has been questioned. And that's unfortunate. And so what we know is that the MVLA teachers who are working on this have the utmost integrity and have worked very hard on making sure that their lessons really hit the mark and are inclusive of all of their students. And then lastly, student-centered focus. This course took about 6 years in the legislature to go back and forth. It was batted back and forth because people couldn't agree on what to include and what not to include. And so through this all, the idea that 9th graders will have a full year course, which is not the case anywhere else that I've seen. It's really been less, half, even in one case, 3/4 of a year. That this will be something that will inform our 9th graders. So as they come to MVLA, they will have an opportunity to think differently, to hear history more fully. And then also this web page, I want to call it website, this will provide a hub for new information. So we have all of the units that have been created, and they're really exciting and wonderful to see. And then we will also have different specifics if people have more questions and if they're interested in it. This is what I taught, this subject. So I feel very passionate about the importance of social science, really to help inform other subjects and help to shape human beings. So that being said, the last I would say is to dispel myths. Some of the arrows that have been slung at anyone who's tried to teach this course have been hard sometimes to hear, that maybe you don't, you're not thinking of all students, or that perhaps you have a bias and towards one way or the other. And our teachers have really talked this out, and they continue to do so. So we hope that this website certainly is not going to be a panacea, but we hope that it also will be a place where people can go if they have a question and they can see, this is the answer. This is what we're teaching. It's not a secret, but it's important. So anyway, I wanted to share this.
Well, before you move on to that, could I just tag on after you?
Yes.
First of all, I want to make it clear that the full board, including Sanjay, who isn't here tonight, endorses everything that Nellie just did. I want to add to that.
Phil, I am here.
What was that?
That was Sanjay speaking from above. All right. He actually is in Taiwan.
Oh, Sanjay.
We didn't know he was there. Yeah.
Ah, there you are, Sanjay. How long have you been there?
He's muted. He's smiling. Unmute.
Okay, we'll include you in the votes now.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. Yeah, I just wanted to add that our ethnic studies teachers have put in a tremendous amount of work on developing this course. And it's going to be shown. We're going to have 2 sessions, just as required by the legislation. People will get to look at it, they'll get to hear about it, they'll get to ask questions about it, they'll get to make suggestions about it. That's all fine. And I just want to applaud them for keeping their chins up and plowing through this. I want to make sure everybody understands that whatever is going on in other places and with other agencies and outfits and extra consultants isn't about MVLA. This is a homegrown MVLA course. It's from our teachers who have a superb reputation for caring deeply about their students and for being very fair and working hard to present all sides of an issue. I have no doubt that that's what they're going to do with this course. We will see all of this in the course of a few more meetings. But for now, I just want to say thank you to our teachers. The board supports you in this effort. We will continue going forward.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, well, thank you. Just once again, inform, provide a hub, and dispel myths. Click. All right, thank you. Okay, so a not so subtle switch. Wanted to share that you may be aware that we've had a series of thought exchange interactions, and once again from our family partnership office. And this has been on the topic of AI, Chat GPT, and artificial intelligence. And so it's very fascinating. And so recently in a newsletter that we sent out to over 15,000 students and parents and others, staff, we asked them what they thought about it, you know, what ideas they had around it, fears, concerns, etc. And just a few parent and guardian responses. We had, you know, just to hit them all without reading them verbatim, continue to teach rigor, really look at sources for accuracy and bias, because we know that they make things up in this response when Chat GPT does their writing. But another comment said, you know, this is really clever, or loud ways of rehashing history have becoming more common. So this next quote really was honing in on the importance of analyzing critically messages, media messages, other messages that are seen, and teaching students how to sift through dishonest and confused and biased messages. One mentioned it's like a calculator, and I don't think anyone in here necessarily is of my generation, but it used to be that was considered cheating. And now it's definitely a tool that you integrate into the work that you do in a math class. So the idea is that this really will be the next way to integrate another tool into the work that we do as teachers. And then lastly, a parent said, be practical with any policies. We need to face reality and not adopt Pollyannish rules that are easy for students to get around, and really to make sure that we have an honest discussion about how this works and when it's appropriate and when it is not. Students want to have a clear idea about how Chat GPT is useful versus when it is plagiarism. They don't want to be surprised by finding out, okay, you're in trouble because you used it or you shared information. Once again, it was mentioned it should be like a calculator, and they want to know how to use it, and they don't want it banned. And then they also want systems that are in place in case, I thought this was really interesting perspective, in case that artificial intelligence becomes too powerful and takes control. And I think they're really thinking in a much more forward way than any of our other responses with that one. And I don't think we can discount it at all. And then lastly, the staff responses. This is the beginning of artificial intelligence tools, not the end. This is really 1.0. So we should not waste time trying to fight it. We should focus on learning and leveraging. And then another said we need to teach the how and when and why. And we need to teach students how and when they might use it as a search engine and why they can't or shouldn't use it to do their writing for them. So different discussions as well around academic integrity and how this really changes the game a little bit. So I wanted to share that with all of you because we did send that out and had quite a response. And I think there's more to come on that topic. Moving forward, yesterday, we had our WASC committee meeting with the team, and thank you to Catherine and Theta for being there yesterday. And I know others will be joining throughout next week. And the adult education program is going through accreditation. And so, as you know, it's a lot of work. And excuse me, we look forward to working with the team. All of the visiting team, they are adult ed educators. And so they have an expertise that they will be sharing. And we also, with Julie Vo as director, will be sharing our accomplishments. Wanted to also share, we had via Avid a practice career fair, and you can see here it was held at Alta Vista, and thank you to the foundation and our Ed Services department for putting that on. Career fairs gave students an opportunity to ask questions and fill out job applications and to engage with different members of the community. And then also wanted to share, this is a picture of our very proud Mountain View High School boys soccer team. They won the CCS Open Division. For those of you not familiar with Open Division, it is the highest division over Division I for the teams that we always said are the ones that we don't want to play. And so we're very excited, and they were recognized at the Quakes game last Saturday night on the field. So very exciting. And there they are in the stands and on the field. I know our admin team was there as well in the rain and had a great time. Also shifting to another topic, this Saturday, it was a busy weekend at Los Altos High School all day, really 8 to 1. They had a Latino summit, and here's a picture of Martha Nino, who was the keynote speaker. She did an amazing inspirational job of speaking to her success story. And there were also a lot of booths and different information for parents. So thank you to those who worked very hard on that. And I know the team was there all day Saturday. Wanted to also show off, last month I showed off last meeting I showed the Spartan Spot, and this time we have the Eagle Escape. Very clever names, thank you. And you can see here, this is the Wellness and Support Room. You can find it out in the portables at Los Altos High School, and they really got creative with what they're sharing with students. Students can come in to cool down, to engage, to be creative. And we look forward to hearing more about it as it progresses. Also wanted to share the Relay for Life. This occurred in the last 2 weeks, and this is a fundraiser for to fight cancer. And Los Altos High School had a great event where they fundraised, and ASB was a part of it, and SEL was a part of it as well and led it. And so a great event at Los Altos. And speaking of more from Los Altos, you know, what did you do over spring break? ASI went to London, and here you can see at Stonehenge, I saw this really cute cartoon where they were moving the rocks because the clock changed. Anyway, I guess you had to see it. But you can see here they were able to visit universities and really share their projects, and a great team has been developed under the leadership of Darren Dressen. And then here, if you look at this art, this has been a part of the Los Gatos competition that they have every year, and the theme this year was Unnamed Truth. And so 15 projects from Los Altos High were submitted and have been award winning. And so just, you know, you just see the beautiful work that is done. And if you click on the newsletter at the bottom, you can see all 15 of the photos, but they're just stunning. And then also to continue Mountain View's theme, you can see some action shots here of the Valentine singing telegrams. And thank you so much to Jill Denny and her team. Each group had a different costume. And then also you can see here This is the color guard, and you can also see it looks like we have volleyball, and we're celebrating our students' entry into and participation in CCS. And then also, oh, here's color guard, and they performed over the weekend at Fremont and Fremont District. I think Ms. Vonna gets familiar with that district, and you can see here they are in costume. And then our boys swim is entering CCS, so congratulations to them, the only sport that was not canceled in the rain. So we're very excited about the work they have done. And then this is an interesting program at Alta Vista. They have something called the Fly Law Program. And so this is an elective that is taught at Alta Vista Continuation High School. And there they have legal professors who come into their classes and talk to them about current issues in the criminal justice system and answer questions. And in addition to that, they also take a field trip to San Jose State where they hear about the work that the pre-law students are doing there. So really engaging lessons for our Alta Vista students. And another, here we go, California Academy of Sciences. Ms. Woolfolk is really making sure that the experience at Alta Vista is full and engaging, and that you will see at other campuses. So very happy to see them go to the Academy of Sciences, and you can see the smiling faces on the trip. And then an announcement, thank you to our speaker series team in conjunction with the MVLA Foundation. We have our next speaker on the emotional lives of teenagers raising connected, capable, and compassionate adolescents. Thursday, March 30th at the Los Altos High Eagle Theater. It was at the community center in Mountain View, but so many people RSVP'd. They had overflow and they couldn't fit everyone into the community center, so it's now been moved. Thank you to Los Altos for hosting. So we look forward to that one. And I see Ms. Selden, who puts this on, is here tonight. And that concludes my superintendent report. Thank you.
Thank you, Nellie. There's really a lot going
A
on.
lot going.
Yeah. Any questions for Nellie on the report? Okay, thank you very much. We have reached the point in the meeting where our district organizations have an opportunity to speak, if any representatives are here. And it looks as though I don't see any. Are there any back there?
I don't know.
Okay, it looks like they're not.
No.
So we shall move on with public comment on items not on the agenda. So anyone wishing to speak for 3 minutes on an item not on the agenda, we ask that you please fill out one of these green certificates so that Debbie can keep things in order, and we will call your name in the order received. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And so our first, they're coming in left and right. Okay.
Thank you.
So our first speaker will be Nate Bowen on ethnic studies. Nate, please.
Right. Good evening. My name is Nate Bowen. I am the Social Studies Department Coordinator at Mountain View High School and a member of the Joint Ethnic Studies Task Force at MVLA. Considering recent concerns voiced about our Ethnic Studies course, I felt that it was appropriate to come before the board this evening, and it is my hope that the community, after hearing from myself and other educators involved in the development of this class, will have a better understanding of what it is and the positive values that it promotes. However, let me first begin by addressing the sincere concerns of the Jewish community that were voiced at the last board meeting. I want to reach out and assure you that we as a department are dedicated to combating anti-Semitism in all of its forms. Any lesson that would promote anti-Semitic ideas, either intentionally or unintentionally, has no place in an MVLA social studies course, especially ethnic studies. We are fortunate that Mr. Kevin Heiken, a teacher in our ethnic studies pilot, has volunteered to speak more tonight about his personal and professional insights on this crucial issue. With that noted, as department coordinator, I would now like to express my enthusiastic and unwavering support for the class that has been created. Over 2 years ago, members in the community asked for a class that would highlight the experiences of underrepresented groups in our society. The district then came to the social studies department and asked us to design a course that we could formally introduce to the board of trustees. Since that moment, we have worked tirelessly and with great consideration to produce a course that this district can be proud of. Beginning with intensive multi-day sessions to thoughtfully design the structure of the course, then moving to incorporate community feedback through outreach seminars and brown bag information sessions, and finally through implementation of the pilot program, which has demanded close collaboration across sites, MVLA teachers have worked countless hours dedicated to the goal of creating a class that gives every student a chance to see themselves and their story in the curriculum. As Dr. Meyer noted, there's a district website on mvla.net where one can find a page outlining the course. The site is by no means an exhaustive list of every lesson, but it represents our curriculum faithfully. One will note that the class confronts challenging topics, including racism, nativism, and discrimination in American society. It does not shy away from these topics, but rather aims to help students understand them through evidence-based inquiry. I believe firmly that this course that has been so carefully designed works to strengthen our community by preparing students for the larger role that they must someday play in our democratic society. No matter how you feel about the many difficult controversies our country faces, we all must acknowledge that we are the inheritors of an incredible legacy, a nation dedicated to self-government and founded on principles of liberty, equality, rights, opportunity, and democracy. This legacy requires active participation and meaningful engagement among all citizens to sustain itself. And therefore, it requires of those citizens to be able to appreciate each other's backgrounds, listen to each other, and sometimes even argue with each other in mature, informed, and productive ways. This class aims to give every student here at MVLA an introduction to the tools necessary to become those future citizens. Thank you, and thank you for your continued support of this class. Good night.
Thank you, Nate. I think that was very well said. Okay, we have Dr. Julie Yick next.
Hello, good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Meyer and our community. My name is Julie Yick, and I am a social studies teacher at Mountain View High School and serve as our MVLA Ethnic Studies District Lead. I've taught at Mountain View High School since 2012. First, I'd like to thank the board and Dr. Meyer and Ms. Fott for your ongoing leadership and service to our students, teachers, and staff. We'd like to thank you for your ongoing commitment and support of this class. I would also like to express my heartfelt appreciation for my teaching colleagues, many of whom are here today, whose dedication, talent, and commitment to students is inspiring. The students are at the heart of everything that we do. Our students in MVLA are an incredible group of young people. They're inquisitive, respectful, caring, and it's truly a privilege and a joy to teach ethnic studies. Last year, I was asked to serve as the chair of our MVLA Ethnic Studies Task Force. Our goals were to develop our vision and principles for ethnic studies in MVLA and design a course that helps all of our students to feel affirmed and provided with the encouragement and academic support that they need to be successful. Last year, we dedicated ourselves to this task with commitment and professionalism. We're proud of the class that we have designed and that we are teaching every day, and we welcome and invite you to come and see it in action. We would like to emphasize that we are completely committed to fostering an environment that is inclusive and where every student sees themselves in the curriculum and is appreciated. We're dedicating to building that strong sense of community and that empathy every day. As you all know, we are teaching the class built on the MVLA Ethnic Studies Curriculum Framework, which the board unanimously voted to approve last year. As teachers in the classroom, we can assure you that we prioritize the academic, social, and emotional well-being of our students. Additionally, as social studies teachers, we're knowledgeable, very enthusiastic, and skillful in designing curriculum and teaching our course in a way that is balanced and strengthens students' academic skills and critical thinking skills. We also like to highlight the fact that our course and our curriculum is helping students to learn about the beautiful and rich and varied cultures here in the Bay Area and across the country. In various units, students study the experiences of people of color and other historically marginalized groups. As Mr. Bowen mentioned, our colleague, Mr. Kevin Hyken, will be speaking to this theme in more detail. We would like to say that we are completely committed to teaching students as well about anti-Semitism and its effect on our communities historically and today. That's something that we think is extremely important. So the students are really doing an amazing job. Ethnic Studies is ongoing, and we appreciate your ongoing support as we look to our full implementation of the class next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yates. Mr. Kevin Hyken, another social studies teacher on ethnic studies.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Hyken. As previously stated, I'm a social studies teacher at Mountain View High School, but I'm also a proud Jewish American, the staff advisor for the Mountain View High School Jewish Student Union, which is Mountain View High School's cultural awareness and empowerment club for our Jewish students, and both a founding member of the Mountain View Los Altos Ethnic Studies Planning Task Force and a current member of the MVHS Ethnic Studies teaching team. As previously stated, I'm here along with several of my colleagues tonight to specifically comment on concerns that have arisen surrounding MVLA's Ethnic Studies pilot course. Due to my unique position as both a leader in the MVLA Ethnic Studies effort and the MVHS Jewish community, I wanted to comment specifically on the concerns surrounding anti-Semitism that were brought up both in the last board meeting and circulated online via letters and petitions. Anti-Semitism is a complicated issue that often transcends religion. It can and often does become intertwined with anti-Zionism. According to the Anti-Defamation League, of the much reported surge in anti-Semitism in 2021, only 18% of anti-Semitic incidents that year were actually connected to far-right extremists. That leaves a whopping 82% of anti-Semitic incidents being attributed to other groups or other issues, and the largest single driving cause of these was found to be anti-Israel political views. The Ethnic Studies teaching team is aware of this. We seek to confront anti-Semitism in our curriculum in all its varied forms. In an activity on Jewish identity that all students enrolled in MVLA Ethnic Studies participated in, students analyzed the various aspects of Jewish identity from religion to ethnicity to culture and language and food and historical heritage. And yes, the role of the state of Israel in shaping the identity of many Jews. The goal of the activity was not to essentialize Jewish students, but to reveal the beauty and the complexity of what it means to be a Jewish American today. Students have explored historical anti-Semitism as well, including the restrictive anti-Semitic immigration laws many countries enforced in the 1930s that directly contributed to the calamity of the Holocaust. The Ethnic Studies course has had a profoundly positive impact on the MVHS social studies curriculum as a whole as well. The United States History course team, intrigued by our own work on historical anti-Semitism, decided to create and instruct their own lessons on the topic as well, thereby expanding the instruction of anti-Semitism in powerful new ways. Overall, our ethnic studies course has allowed us to codify and institutionalize our instruction of anti-Semitism and Jewish identity in ways never before possible. And I want to really just shout out and appreciate the work of all of my colleagues in really engaging in partnering to do so. The outside organization, the Alliance for Constructivist Ethnic Studies, that has leveled accusations against our course knows none of what I've just shared because they simply have not made an effort to connect with the educators or truthfully actually learn about what we're doing in our classrooms and the planning that we're doing. We always appreciate opportunities for dialogue, inquiry, and discussion, for corroboration. These are things we expect from our students, and we would hope that we can expect them from the adults leading this outside organization as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Derek Miyahara.
Hi, I'm here. My role actually isn't as a teacher. I'm Derek Miyahara. I'm a social studies teacher at Los Altos High School. I actually do not teach the course, but I've been a part of the planning group that actually made the original proposal. And so if this gets any messier, I guess you can blame me. But I'm here actually to speak about the process. I'll keep it short because I know that there are a lot of people scheduled to speak. And I know that when we started planning this course and putting it together, we put together a coalition of parents and students. We sought input from all of them in planning this course, and then we made a formal proposal to the course last spring to this very body. As Dr. Meyer stated, we've come to this body about 3 or 4 times, and the board has graciously established a requirement in ethnic studies. I think the details are on the website, but I think the point I want to make is that this process of developing this course has been completely transparent at all times. We spent our summers developing this course, and the work that these people put in, the people that are sitting over here put in has just been enormous. And we spent our summers, days, just trying to put together a course that we believe is worthy of the students that we teach. So my thoughts are just to think about the historical task that's before us, it's been put before us. I don't know that there's ever been a course that's been required for all students that's been attempted to be created from whole cloth. And this is actually what these educators have been asked to do. And so in that, there's going to be hiccups in this, but the intention of the course and everybody who's been involved with it has been to do what is best for the students that are going to be in the course. And so I just want to just end by just reiterating my commitment to the belief in the integrity and the professionalism and the commitment of the colleagues that I've been spending the last 3 years working with to produce this course. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Kim.
Good evening. My name is Roger Kim and I teach at Los Altos High School. I was chosen by district leadership to be one of the first to implement MVLA's Ethnic Studies course. First, I want to thank the board and the district for giving us the opportunity to do the important work of implementing the state ethnic studies requirement and for giving us the tools and the trust to work on building a curriculum based on the needs of our students and formed from the feedback of this community. It is an honor and a privilege to work with a group of educators so dedicated to our students, namely Dr. Julie Yick, Kevin Heiken, Dr. Catherine Orozco, and Anna Perry. By far, this has been the hardest work of my 2-decade teaching career. Not only does it take time to create curriculum from scratch, ethnic studies requires a lot of introspection and extracts a steep emotional toll. In order to model openness and community building for my students, I've shared many stories from my own experiences as a member of several marginalized groups. While extremely difficult, this has helped my students to open up about their experiences as well. One of my most sacred responsibilities as an educator is creating a safe space for all my students. Giving feedback on our class, one of them said, quote, "My favorite thing in this class has been the community the class has built. I feel like the class is a very open and supportive environment where people can feel free to share their opinions and experiences," unquote. Another said that this class helped them make friends with people from other ethnicities. Another simply said it is a safe space. Everyone should see themselves reflected in what they learn. Ethnic studies not only helps marginalized students be seen, but it helps every student build empathy. One of our top goals is to help students build empathy and understanding towards each other. One student said, quote, "I've learned that pretty much every person has experienced prejudice, something we can all connect on in some way or another," unquote. While we do talk about hardships that Americans have endured, one of my students was clear in saying that, quote, "The course emphasizes how these communities have faced struggles and come out stronger," unquote. We heard from the community that this course should also focus on achievements, and that is what we have done. We are giving students hope for the future. But alas, hope is not enough. We need to equip students with critical thinking skills and the tools for civic engagement. We have embedded these skills into the curriculum as well, again, listening to the concerns of our community. Our democracy needs constant vigilance and participation, and I'm confident that our students will be thoughtful caretakers of our rights and freedoms in the future. When my class heard that I was going to be speaking with you tonight, many of them expressed a desire to attend the meeting and speak in support of our class as well. This became a teachable moment in how school boards, public meetings, and democratic participation work. I'm hoping that their voices, being the most important in our district, will shine through the divisiveness that this course has attracted across the country. And while it has been the hardest course of my career, it has also been the most rewarding. And that is due to them, the amazing students of our district. I'm so proud that this class is already having such a positive impact on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lev, and I hope I pronounced this correctly, Zeiger.
Hello, board members. My name is Lev Zeiger, and I'm currently a 9th grade student at Los Altos High School taking ethnic studies. The class has taught me countless lessons on stereotypes, institutional, interpersonal, and internalized racism, and the flaws and beauties of this country. The curriculum taught in the class is all-encompassing, and we've learned about different ethnic groups and their pursuits of freedom and opportunity in this country. Every student in this class, including myself, has been able to relate to at least one lesson or another, and we've been able to learn about ourselves and others. The best part of the curriculum is that it highlights the flaws in this nation, but also the powerful, beautiful culmination of different cultures and people who have made a home in the United States. Our teacher allows for us to freely share our opinions and thoughts and supports us well. I hope that the curriculum is maintained because it has the chance to make real positive change. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, I believe it's Evan Kershaw. Evan, sorry.
Hey, I'm Ever Kershaw. I'm also a ninth grade student taking ethnic studies. Now, when I first heard that people were against it, I was honestly baffled. How could a class that teaches inclusivity be harmful towards anyone? I knew that most people who were offended by the course were in fact white, and what I have taken from that is this. Ethnic studies is a side of the story we call US history that simply isn't talked about as much. Maybe it seems like white people are the villains in the stories that we share in this class. But really, we're just sharing stories that were never told because of white supremacy. We're not saying that white people are terrible. We're just showing some of the aspects of the community that aren't taught in schools as much. This class, because of these less told stories, has brought kids together to understand different hard experiences that different people face, even if those experiences are as a result of our own communities. I can say, as someone who's half white, truly that this isn't a personal attack. It's simply acknowledging that your own community has its own flaws and obviously ups. Due to all of this, I can confidently say that this has brought ethnic studies classes together through community, despite everyone's differences. People can say their opinions without much judgment, and there's a mutual respect for different views and opinions. This is because we're taught that people have different experiences and simply think differently than we do. Ethnic studies teaches strategic thinking, the type of critical thinking that understands when everyone has equity, it's a win for everyone. Even in a place where there's injustice, we're taught about all the sides of the US, from good to bad and all in between. We're taught that the US is a place of community and hardship and more, that it's simply a work in progress towards freedom. And I would like to add that while sometimes justice can feel like discomfort or oppression to oppressors, sometimes that discomfort just means that oppressors are learning. Thank you.
Our next speaker, I believe, is Maria Clara Gantuso Teixeira. Did I just say that?
Hello, board members. My name is Maria Clara Santiago Teixeira. I am a ninth grader currently in the ethnic studies course, and I study at Los Altos. This morning, when I heard that I would have the opportunity to speak to all of you regarding the ethnic studies course, the first thing on my mind was, how should I begin? I decided that the best way to start is by talking about my experience in the ethnic studies course. For the past year that I've been doing this class, my experience has been excellent. In the class, we've had 5 units. What are ethnic studies, which was a unit that explained to us what this course was, what it is about, and the struggles that it's gone through. For example, in Arizona, when children like me were being taught the class, but sadly it was taken away. The second unit being identity. This unit taught us about privilege in the US and how their identity can change this privilege. In our third unit, we talked about the roots of systems of power. This unit talked about oppression in the US. And in our fourth unit, we talked about immigration and migration, which was the unit that has to be personally one of my favorites. This is due to the fact that it made me more curious about my history. And this is because I am an immigrant from Brazil, along with my family. And lastly is our fifth unit that we are currently learning about, which is education and housing. This course has shown me a different view of the world. It makes me think outside the box and look into other people's perspectives and how their viewpoints can change depending on their identity. But most importantly, this class has made me feel welcomed. This class has created a community with my teacher and my classmates that have made me feel safe and heard. This class has made a free space for me to voice my opinions and debate with classmates on theirs. It makes me very saddened to hear that some people have been going against this class that I so deeply appreciate. When I heard that certain people in our community didn't like the ethnic studies course, I started a petition. This petition in the past 4 days have grown to have over 200 signatures. The signatures have come from families in the community, students, and teachers. We've also gotten an extreme amount of comments in this petition, which voice a concern, which mentions that how important they think that the ethnic studies course being taught to how important they think the ethnic studies course being taught is to their kids and to themselves, some of them being students. I really do. I urge you to keep this course as is because it has changed, I know, my life and probably many others who are taking this class. Thank you.
Leslie Zeiger.
Hello, board members. I don't want to take too much time because I think all these people have more important things to say. I do want to tell you that I'm a parent of a freshman who is currently enrolled in ethnic studies. Also an engaged community member and a voter. And I'm here tonight to tell you that you absolutely have to keep it the way it is. I'll just echo back Dr. Meyer's two sets of words that Dr. Meyer shared. The first were, I think, MVLA's values of academic excellence, equity, and engagement. Engagement, you see it here. Equity, that's ethnic studies. And academic excellence is all the care that these teachers have put into designing this course. And then your other set of words, quality, integrity, and student-centered. Again, here you have it before you. Keep it just the way it is. Thanks.
Sophie Young.
Hello, board members. My name is Sophie Young, and I am a freshman taking ethnic studies at Los Altos High School. So I want to first talk to you about an experience. So in this class, we started out as freshmen, and in our very first class, mind you, we were all socially awkward. We didn't even know if we were in the right classroom. But our teacher greeted us kindly, and we began class. We started with an anchor text, a poem called Imbakach. I'll save you from my butchering of the original text and read the English translation. You are my other me. If I do harm to you, I do harm to myself. If I love and respect you, I love and respect myself. This poem followed my class as we went through the year, and even through all the controversy surrounding ethnic studies, our class has never really had anyone ask us what it's really about. And that's why I'd like to speak about the curriculum today so that I can stress the positive impact this had on me as a person and as a learner. So from the beginning, ethnic studies has prioritized critical thinking, which is the practice of objectively evaluating evidence in order to form an opinion. The current ethnic studies curriculum has helped greatly with this skill. Back in August, we completed a sourcing skill builder, where we learned what makes a source credible, backed up facts, minimal bias, and a trustworthy author. Ethnic studies taught us to look skeptically at information presented to us, including and especially information from the class itself. In ethnic studies, we focus not only on oppression throughout history, but also the experience of individuals and communities, specifically how each community has persevered through this oppression stronger together. Those advocating to change the ethnic studies curriculum cite the revolutionizing and stereotyping the course promotes, but they have not actually been to our class. They haven't seen the lessons in which we directly address stereotypes and ways to avoid placing them on others. It's immensely important as we have learned to gather objective facts to form our own opinion. So I urge the school board to listen to me, my fellow students, and our teachers, the ones most greatly changed by ethnic studies. Please keep the curriculum and the course. Please continue allowing us to learn through multiple perspectives, through an objective lens and through an inquiry-based format. Ethnic studies is and it should continue to be a safe space for learning because that is what every student deserves and needs. Thank you.
Our next speakers are a duet, Heidi Melander and Maya Kaufman.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Melander. I'm a Mountain View resident, and this is Maya Kaufman. She is our exchange student this year. So I'm here today to thank the school district for once again starting up the foreign exchange program. AFS, I was an AFS exchange student when I was in high school back in the 80s. And always wanted to kind of pay that back, but Mountain View High School wasn't accepting students for the longest time. 5 years ago, we hosted a student, but she wasn't able to come here because the school wasn't accepting students. So we had a very different experience with her having to commute to Redwood City to a school every day. We learned a lot through that experience, but when this opportunity opened up again this year, we snagged the opportunity and had Maya with us since August. And I just wanted to say thank you for making that happen again. And AFS is just one of many organizations that does foreign exchange for high school students. But just want to let you know, and given that all this ethnic study conversation is coming up, I have a 9th grader. So this has been a great introduction for me to Mountain View High School, starting with a 17-year-old. And I have my 9th grader coming in next year. So I'm excited to have learned so much about Mountain View High School already before my 9th grade. So here's Maya.
I also wanted to say thank you, and also on behalf of the other exchange student that's also Mountain View resident.
Well, thank you and welcome. And I think you picked a great night to come because you learned a lot about our school tonight and see how wonderful it is.
Exactly.
So thank you for coming.
Very much so. And on our, the only reason we're here tonight, I know John Klein. Do you want to come in real quick?
He's our next speaker.
He's your next speaker. So the only reason we're here tonight is because he did all the legwork getting the approval of high school exchange students again at the school. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will be very brief. My name's John Klein and I'm a volunteer with AFS, and I've been doing this kind of work for the past 10 years. I'm also the liaison for Heidi's family and also for Maya. And I'm really just here to say thank you. I'm done.
Our next speaker is Ella Obura.
Hello, board members. My name is Ella Omura, and I'm a freshman at Los Altos High School. I've been in ethnic studies for just about 3/4 of a year, but the lessons it has taught me are lifelong. I made a poem centered around our everyday recitation of In La Quech. So here it is. In La Quech, tú eres mi otro yo. You are my other me. I respect you just how you respect me. I'm a loud, boisterous young woman. When I want to scream, I scream. When I want to be quiet, I'm quiet. Ethnic studies gave me a place to scream and a place to be quiet. I learned that because of my history, I'm not alone. I learned that the love between my parents was love deeply rooted in hope. I learned that I'm Japanese and Chinese, but I am American. To give up this knowledge is like forgetting a friend who makes us better. Toxic? No. Ethnic studies taught me we are powerful. We are students and parents and teachers. We are a community. Si te hago daño a ti, if I do harm to you, me hago daño a mí mismo, I do harm to myself. I'm a transgender American. However, I come from a line of powerful Asians. Yet our tongues of Chinese and Japanese do not speak the language of violence and hate. Si te amo y respeto, if I love and respect you, me amo y respeto yo, I love and respect myself. I walked in my first day of school when life was hard. So many other things could have been plaguing my mind. Yet I only thought about my 7th period. My 7th period. I had no other thought on my mind. I could have been thinking about my messed up home life, my depression, my anxiety. But just for this moment, It was Miss Perry. Yes, Miss Perry. Selflessly kind and powerfully loud, with her voice that usually says, "Your voices are beautiful, but I don't want to hear them right now." Your voices are beautiful. Never have I heard this from another teacher. Never have I seen a program that cares about me. I didn't care about me. But ethnic studies was there, holding my hand, drying my eyes. A powerful, precious knowledge. With the information I've learned, I don't learn about history, I make history. Thank you.
Yoshi Taylor.
Y'all got me following back. Oh, man. Okay, I'll do my best then. Look, I know there's been a lot going on in this community, a lot of back and forth. Part of ethnic studies is we're going to have these uncomfortable conversations. We're going to have to deal with this. So tonight, I'm just here to, one, what you two said earlier tonight just gave me even more trust and belief that we're going to get this done. And we said we're going to get it done. And I believe in the teachers. I believe in the staff to really make this happen. But I'm not gonna lie, being here tonight, I'm shocked. I have chills. I've never been so moved at one of these meetings. Like, I've been here when there was just me and Keenan sitting in the back. There was two of us, like there was nobody here, right? Just trying to champion this. I remember being in school back in 2015 when this was just a dream. And I'm looking around and it's a reality. Like, you kids don't know what it was like. Like, I know, I look like y'all, but I know that, right? But to have these conversations that you guys are having, the discussions, it's amazing because we were begging for this. We were pleading for this when I was at school. We didn't have this connection. This class is working. I know there's a lot that's to come, but I can guarantee you, teachers, we are going to be behind you every step of the way we have. Board, you can't get rid of us. And I know you guys, are committed as well. So as a community, I look forward to getting this done. Thank you.
Kevin Most.
You guys are awesome. I'm starting with all the students here. You guys are awesome. We were so worried coming out today that it would be, as Coach was saying, just the two of us talking. And hearing you, I was like, cool, I'm glad that you guys prepared speeches because killing it. And being here, using your voices, that's exactly the point of doing these kind of courses, to learn about each other, to learn about ourselves and do that. And what we really need to be asking ourselves is, how quickly we get raises to all the teachers who are here, and how do we support them more? Because they are absolutely incredible. And so I'm here just to voice my support of the students, of the staff, of the curriculum, and of you guys' support for it. I'll keep it short right there. Thank you very much.
Tanya Malou.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Maloof, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My comments this evening are simple. When there is an issue related to curriculum, there is a loud voice from some in the community offering their opinions and suggestions. A recent example being the pandemic. So many people offered criticisms and suggestions as if they had been an educator during a pandemic before. I would like to extend my continuing support this evening to the educators and administrators in MVLA, and most especially the teachers behind a stellar curriculum for the new ethnic studies program in our district. My only regret is that my children already graduated. And to the students, you guys are amazing. And I'm old enough to say that.
Do I have any more? Okay, thank you all for speaking. As it says on the agenda, we clearly can engage in a discussion, but there will be 2 meetings coming up where we will have this on the agenda and there will be discussions about the curriculum. So thank you all for tonight. Okay, we'll move on now. We have a consolidated motion.
So is it a, do I,
Jimmy, hold on the door.
oh, sorry.
They look tired.
I know. Yeah.
Six or 7 hours.
Yeah.
8.
Then Jay, what time is it there?
It is 11:30 in the morning.
In the morning.
Oh, okay. So no.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. You're from the future.
I'm in the future, that's right.
Good. Speaking to us from the future, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We have now achieved a certain level of quiet. And we can proceed with the consolidated motion. Peter, were you about to say something?
Yes, am I allowed to ask questions or do I have to pull items to ask questions?
How many do you want to pull?
Just 2.
Okay, why don't you pull them?
Okay, I would like to pull the 16.4 and 16.3 and 16.4.
Okay. So may I have a motion? Anybody else want to pull anything? No? Okay, may I have a motion for the remainder of the consolidated motion?
Motion.
Okay. It's moved to.
Okay, and then I'll second.
Moved by Ida, Catherine, seconded by Catherine. That we approve the
Everything.
consolidated motion with the exceptions of the pulled ones, 16.3 and 16.4. Is there any discussion?
Nope.
Okay, our student board member.
I approve.
Our student board member approved. Regular board member Sanjay, did you have anything you wanted to say? Sanjay votes yes, I'm calling the vote. And it is 5-0. Sanjay is now here and voting. Okay, Theta, you had questions on 16.3.
Yes, so 16.3 came to me, community member asked me this question. I know that the MVLA district commingles with Santa Clara County. So if I had a question about the Santa Clara County investments, I assume I would contact the county treasurer, but I wanted to get confirmation of that.
Yeah, I mean, you could directly, or you could funnel through me and I could reach out on behalf of the district, depending on the question and whatnot. But yeah, you're correct. Ours, along with many other public, almost all public school districts, funds are held with the county.
Okay, yeah, there's just a few people who really care about stocks and things like that. So that was my question. That's it for 16.3.
Okay, would you like to make a motion relative to 16.3?
Sure, I would make a motion to pass it.
Okay, do I have a second? Seconded by Catherine. So the motion made by Theta, seconded by Catherine, that we approve item 16.3. Any further discussion? Okay. Sadie approves. Board members indicate your approval. The vote is 5-0 in approving. Next item that was pulled is 16.4, transportation plans for 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024. Peter.
I had asked this question and it was answered, but I feel it would be important for the public record to have it answered by you. So what I had asked is, how is the 2023 transportation plan meeting the needs of our students who are in our intervention programs? While we offer free VTA passes for some students, VTA can involve a bus change and over an hour of travel. So you provided an extensive answer, but I would appreciate it if it was read into the public record, because I actually read a student article about it. So I know that our being student-centered, I wish to respond to student concerns.
Sure. Yes, absolutely. And thank you for asking that question. And if you have that, Mike Matheson.
Yeah, I can go ahead. So it's kind of a two-part answer. One is that this transportation funding is a newly put in place funding effort by the state specific to home to school transportation. So in many ways, this plan is codifying what our district has been doing for many, many years in terms of providing BTA bus passes to our low-income students who qualify, as well as required home to school transportation. We do provide a lot of other transportation within the school day that's outside of the specific funding that this is for. And that includes our alternative programs like Freestyle, on a limited basis to and from Los Altos. We spend extensively on after-school athletics. And that is part and parcel to the students of greatest need, why we looked at even our EL program. Many of those students who were living in the Los Altos attendance area and having to attend at Mountain View High School did lead to more lengthy bus rides, a couple buses, given the nature of the BTA routes. Hence, moving the program or adding it back at Los Altos has alleviated some, but not all, of those transportation concerns. And so, of course, this is a plan. It's a working document. It can change and move forward as the needs of the district and programs change. And that's something we're continuing to look at, specific transportation needs of some of those programs. And specifically like Alta Vista, which is a district program, but is housed adjacent to Mountain View High School, sometimes challenging for certain students coming from Los Altos attendance area. And we'll continue to look at that. But in large part, this was an effort to receive the funding. The state literally looked at how much did we spend last year. Okay, you get 60% of that. After we take away some of the money we already give you, school districts, and we'll give you the remainder. So
Thank you. I really appreciate your very thorough answer.
Okay. So the question has been answered for the record. Stephen, do you have a motion?
I motion to accept.
Okay. Moved by Theta, seconded by Catherine, that we approve item 16.4 on the consent calendar. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Sadie approved. Board members, please indicate your approval by raising your hand. Motion carries 5-0. We are now up to item 18.1. Our middle college program report. Thank you, teachers, for hanging in there with us. And by the way, if you're 2 students of the month, I don't know that you have to say much more.
Yeah.
We got a short little.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I will kick us off. My name is Sophie. I'm the new teacher, as I've mentioned before, with student of the month. Mike, this is my
I'm the old teacher.
This is Alicia, who is headed with the understanding cohort, and G is not here, unfortunately, because it's COVID-19. And then we have Annette Trail, who's our office manager, Patty Palmer, who's our track therapist, and then Mark Hollingshed, which is the SPED support that we recently just got this year.
All right, so I'll share a little bit about our program. I know that many of you are familiar already, but
Battery is running low.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you quickly, how do you choose the name of the cohort?
Oh,
Good,
Yeah.
question for our students. We recognize that there's difficulty in choosing names. We needed to distinguish between the two groups. We talked about, do we name them after people, name them after, middle college 1 and middle college 2, track 1, track 2, mascots. And we decided that it would be a good idea to name them after principles that we're trying to instill in the students. And so we came up with agency and understanding, and it makes a great tagline. So our t-shirts, that would be, they say middle college, agency and understanding, right? To the principles we're trying to foster.
That's awesome.
So for those of you that don't know a lot about our program or maybe are a little fuzzy on what it's about, we are one of the district's alternative programs, much like Alta Vista and even our adult education program. We are alternative ways for high schoolers to meet their graduation requirements. But one big difference between us and those other programs is that we serve both MVLA and Palo Alto Unified School District. So we work with students from Palo Alto High School, Gunn High School, Los Altos, Mountain View, and then also students that maybe come from other programs and end up registering with our site where their home site, and then they apply to our program. So we have quite a diverse array of students from all across this area. We are an early college high school program, which basically means that the students come to our program, they take 2 classes with us, usually a history course, depending on the grade level, and an English course. And they take the other half of their schedule at Foothill Community College. So they're dually enrolled. They take about 7 to 11 Foothill units each quarter. So it's like a part-time college schedule, part-time high school. But the really nice thing is that they get those 2 academic classes plus a community class with us, with a small cohort. So it's about, what would you say, around 25, give or take, depending on the year, in each grade level, juniors and seniors. So they get the chance to build a small community while taking their academic classes in this sort of unique context. We put a big emphasis, therefore, on our community with each other, as you guys noticed from the students that we shared with you tonight. We have a very deliberate and early orientation. Usually Foothill starts at the end of September, and we begin our orientation, which is 2 weeks before, typically. Not only working with all the students in a whole group context for our cohorts, but also doing stuff dual cohort, and even doing some special programming with our seniors, so that way we can build a little bit of leadership development with them. We have very small dialogue-based classes. Our classes are built around students usually engaging in some text and then reading and dialoguing, doing a lot of collaborative work together. So we get the chance to know them quite well, quite early on. And we have a very close relationship with them because we serve as their academic guidance counselors as they're working toward their graduation requirements. We help them analyze their transcript. We help them determine which Foothill classes will help them meet their grad requirements and any other post-high school goals that they have for themselves. Our students take a variety of post-high school options. And so we get to know not only their academic status, but also some of their dreams and goals too, as those develop. We have a 3rd hour class, as I mentioned before, that has both, has academic, social, and also some enrichment purposes. So we've done some cool work with Foothill that I know Mike is going to share with us a little bit later. And we also have a lot of outside events as a way to build community with our students. So some of the students mentioned bowling. We take an annual trip to Yosemite, which I know is going to come up later, to build community with our students, and many other things. So.
Okay, so I'm going to talk a little about some of the new things we've got going on. So first off, Sophie's new. She's awesome. So Sophie started this year and replaced Trish. And this year we have Mark Hollingshead working with us, supporting our SPED students, and that's been great. So he comes up a couple days a week, works with our 504 and IEP students that are in our program who previously were not getting the support that they needed. So that's been a real benefit to us. So thanks to Suzanne and Terry for making that happen. Foothill's campus is coming back. Foothill was kind of slow to come back from the pandemic. We were out for much longer than homeschools. Last year we were on campus masked and very few in-person classes. And they've been increasing as this year has gone on, and we're getting close to being back to normal in terms of in-person classes. The campus is still a little sleepy, but it's getting better. there's starting to be some action. The parking lots are starting to fill up a little bit. We are moving to a new office. So when we added 2 new staff, our old office space was too small. So Foothill has given us some new office space that they're in the process of refurbishing, and we'll be moving in there. And it will be a space that's probably triple the size of our old office. It'll house 4 middle college teachers, our office manager, and then Gary, who's running college now, will also have an office there. So it'll be kind of a dual enrollment hub on campus. So it'll be cool. And our chat services, yes, we'll have chat counseling offices there as well. So we're looking forward to that. We're hoping to move in by the end of the month. We'll see. Let's see. We've got a new program partnership with the KCI. So we are currently teaching in the KCI. We've been teaching the KCI for years. Our offices are temporarily housed there right now in our classrooms. And so we've had, various relationships with them over the years, but this year we've really deepened that relationship, and the staff is getting trained in the innovation I3 program that the KCI is putting on. And we're also training our students. Well, we're getting trained in the makerspace. So we're learning 3D printing and vinyl cutting and laser etching. And then we're also having our students get trained in the makerspace. And once they've been trained, they can go down and access the makerspace during those open hours on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So we have students that are, now making their own logos and making T-shirts and 3D printing parts. It's really quite cool. And then we're integrating that into our classes in the spring. And students will be working on a major project that uses the skills they've learned in that makerspace to produce something for a unit in our courses. So it's pretty cool. We've really enjoyed it. We've also been broadening our wellness and mental health support. With CHAC, we have a CHAC counselor on campus with us 4 days a week. And this year we've added a few new things. So in addition to kind of traditional therapeutic sessions, we have some kind of more low-key things that are going on. So on Tuesdays, we have a craft club that's run by the CHAC counselor. So it's a way to get the students to feel comfortable with this person and see them in the classroom, get familiar with them, and then perhaps some of those students will then seek services. The CHAC counselor is giving us some supports on particular days in our curriculum that might be difficult. We're dealing with a difficult subject, and so we're kind of working with the CHAC counselor to be a resource for the students on those days. And then this year, we did apply and get a grant from the foundation for the CHAC Arts program. And we've been doing this, I think, since October. And right now, we're having 2 or 3 CHAC therapists come twice a month during our community hour, and they're doing an arts program. So it's usually there's some kind of coloring watercolor, and it's centered on a topic that the therapist chooses. It's not really art therapy. It's more of a space for students to kind of be together and to look at issues that they're all facing together. And it's been quite nice. The students really like it. We have a cap of about 30, and it's generally full each session. And then we're planning some workshops and potential group workshops with the CHAC counselors as well. So that's been great. So.
Awesome. So what's next for us? We recently just had our open house, which was on February 15th, where we invited any new applicants to come and apply. We explained the application process, what that looks like for them. We had about, I believe, upwards of 60 students and families that attended the open house, and we had it at the dining room, and it was full. And the next steps for student engagement outside of middle college and outside of their college courses that they might be taking, we do have some activities to kind of help them de-stress, help them have fun, and help them actually build community with each other. And so what we're trying to do is during finals week for Foothill College, which would be at the end of March, we're planning some sort of event, and it could be Golfland. I think we're planning something, whether that's laser tag, it depends on the venue, but something fun towards the end when they're doing their finals for Foothill College to help them really de-stress. On top of that, we do a lot of student generated suggestions, a lot of feedback. And right now, our big focus is student prom and student yearbook planning. And so both cohorts have different committees that we've invited other students to come in and give their feedback. We just had our first meeting with the prom committee on, I believe, last Friday. And they are deciding what theme that they would like for prom. And so it is a lot of student generated suggestions. It's a lot of student buy-ins and what they would like to do. And what's really special about middle college is that we go on our annual Yosemite trip. And we have it typically in August after Rah Rah Day. So after August 4th. And we're looking forward to doing that again for this year. And so I believe it is August 14th through the 18th. And both cohorts go, but we go at different days. And Yosemite is really just the time for us to, one, be in nature, two, be without our phones, and three, be with each other. For me as a first year teacher in the district and coming into this program, Yosemite is a time for me to get to know the students outside of my classroom. And so that trip really holds a lot of special value to me too. And that's us.
Well, thank you very much. So let me just ask a fundamental question and then this is just sort of nuts and bolts. How many students are currently enrolled in the program?
105. Yeah, I think they have 105. We had a couple of students that left, graduated in January. We have a student that's graduating at the end of the month, but right around 105.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Catherine.
So that my question goes with that, one of them, and that is, and what percentage of them at this time are from Palo Alto? And do you try to encourage it balance between the three schools, or mostly for us, or what?
No, we try to balance the program. So I don't know what the exact numbers are now, but generally they're relatively even. Yeah, that's something we keep in mind when we're selecting students. We wouldn't take 75 Palo Alto students and only 25 MVLA, and then put 10 MVLA students on the wait list, right? So generally it's even. We try to even it between the schools, and gender breakdown, and all those things are taken into the admissions decisions. Yeah.
And then, of course, you articulate with Foothill, because they take a lot of their units at Foothill. But in terms of resources at the comprehensive high schools, do they have opportunity to go to College and Career Center if they want, or and then also there's some sports and or music things that you do together?
Yeah. So our students, when they join our program, they're still students of their home high school. So a student that graduates after middle college graduates with their Mountain View high school diploma or their Palo Alto high school diploma. And as a student of their home site, they get to retain a lot of those privileges and activities of being a student at that site. So we have multiple students that engage in sports. We do ask them, hey, as much as you can, protect our time together, because that community part is so important. But several of our students have been able to participate in those extracurriculars, and many of them go to the Mountain View High School prom, as well as like our middle college one. They attend the senior nights at the home high schools. So it's really neat. We get to see them take on a little bit more of that young adult role, where they actually have to advocate for themselves and manage sort of being in a complex space, and asking for that information, going to the College and Career Center if they want to know more about college visits there. But they also get a lot of the wonderful opportunities available to them at Foothill through Foothill's student services as well.
Yeah, I have just a follow-up on of the students enrolled. Well, I guess two questions. One, how do you market, recruit for the program? And then the second, of the students who attend an MVLA school, how does that reflect the general demographics of our schools?
So do you want to?
Go ahead.
Well, I have so many things coming to mind when I think about how we recruit, because we've done a lot of different things over the years. Sometimes we've gone and we've worked with Avid teachers for different sites. Not that we want to pull from the Avid organization, because they have a great program. Sometimes there's a student that doesn't have a great fit even with the support of that program, and we can provide an alternative. We do visitations at each of the home high schools. We spent a lot of the month of January, is that correct? Coming to maybe brunch meetings or a lunchtime meeting, or even there's a slot for us at one of the larger, what even do you have? It was like a club fair, and they had
It's like a
free
class.
lunch there. It was class selection sort of day. We put out announcements that many of the schools have had so often that when we get to the site, the students say, I've been hearing about you like every single day in the announcements, so it's nice to meet you. So we do a lot of that. We send mailers home. The students do a great job of word of mouth. We often invite students like our different students of the month to come to those events so that they can speak about their experiences in front of other students. So a variety of things.
Yeah, I think word of mouth is very big. For the program, students have friends in the program, and we also have a lot of siblings. I think every year we have maybe 10 siblings in the program.
Cousins, neighbors.
So, and it generally reflects the population of the homeschool, and it varies from year to year. Sometimes we become more popular in certain communities, and then there's some momentum there, and other times that wanes a little bit.
Well, I know several parents whose students go there, and I've heard nothing but positive things about it. So that's awesome. The other thing I would like to ask you is, how do you, without revealing your secret sauce, but like you have all, it sounds like you have more applicants than you have room for. So how do you, beyond gender, do they have to write anything, or is it just?
It's basically like applying to college. So
Okay.
There's a multi-page application with short answer questions. We ask them to write us a letter explaining why they're applying to the program, so they can kind of tell their story. And we explain to them at our open house, like, this is not your chance to, polish yourself up and show us, only the shiny parts. Because it's not applying to college. This is applying to a program that this district sponsors that is designed to meet the needs of students who are not being served at the regular community and at the regular campus, maybe are unhappy. So we need you to tell us your story, because we need to understand what it is that you're looking for and whether or not we can provide that for you. So we're looking for need when we're sorting through the applications, and which is frustrating to some people, because they think, okay, I'm applying to a program that's an academic program. I have a 4.5 GPA. I should get in, and they might not get in because their need is a little bit lower than the student who has the 3.0 GPA. So it's an interesting way that
We get a nice, and I would say we get more of a multifaceted picture too, because if we're lucky, the student not only has their application, but also we can call it a recommendation, but it's a short form from some teacher or counselor that knows them well. We ask for a copy of their transcripts. We get a kind of this rounded picture from different perspectives in their life about, what are their needs, what are their desires, and also where are they as a part of a community, because our community is an important area of what we're creating, and the sample size is so small each year.
Thank you.
Of course, this brings up another one for me. The with all the ones on the waiting list, and maybe Esme and Stephen may or may not know this, that we doubled the size of the program just a few years back. At what point would you be thinking that you would want to, if the power that be could support it both monetarily and staff-wise and everything, even expand more?
It's a good question. This is year 3.
Yeah, I was brought on the extension with Marciano. Yeah.
So this is year 3, and I think that we really hit it out of the park with how we designed the expansion by creating a parallel program, right? We all work together, but they have their 50 students that they're working with for 2 years, and we have our 50 students that we're working with. There's cross-pollination, but the experience of the student in the program is as it was before, when it was just one cohort, right? So I think when the numbers increase, adding the third cohort would make some sense. It wouldn't be hard to find the students. I don't think. Just getting the word out would be.
I used to teach at Alta Vista, and I love the alternative programs at our district. We have some students that really benefit from something a little bit from the traditional mold. And so it's exciting to think of more students having a place that they feel really good at.
Yeah, especially in the community is now much more comfortable with dual enrollment. I mean, it's exploding everywhere. And for students in our program, they get the benefits of that dual enrollment, but they also get the benefits of really participating in a really small school experience. So it's
They're also kind of an alternative for dual enrollment.
yeah. Do you have any questions about college now? We're familiar with that program. It's similar to middle college in that they're taking college courses. It's just there's no high school component on campus. And the students are much more like regular college students. They manage themselves pretty much independently. And they're pretty popular too. So
Yeah, Sadie has a question for you.
Yeah, okay, a little bit of question. I just want to say that I think that the dual enrollment opportunities are amazing. Both me and my brother have been taking advantage of them. And I think not only the opportunity to take more classes, much more academic like rigorous, but also like just like the variety of classes that are offered really helps all of the students. And I know lots of students who are in middle college and just like me in one of the two high schools, but also taking classes just on the side. It's a really, really amazing opportunity.
yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yes, they just continue to amaze. Okay, I see Michelle here to talk about community engagement.
I am. Yeah. Although I think I'm gonna use the time to go, I'm gonna go back to the classroom
with all the amazing students and programs that we have. Yeah, okay. So thanks for the opportunity to be here. I'm going to take a note from Mike and also try to make this as quick and painless as possible because I know that we're all. So this update is really primarily focusing on our two newest initiatives. One I'm going to tease in a minute, and the one you know about, which is the Family Partnership Council. Just to reflect on the why we put this program in place, two primary objectives were to strengthen and facilitate communication, feedback, and collaboration with our education partners throughout the community by working with families and staff, and to really begin to work together more closely with our families to examine some of the challenges we have from the multiple perspectives. It's a big underscoring of what equity is about, is inviting in multiple perspectives from folks and learning from them about how to solve some of these issues that are impacting student learning. The other point I'll make about just the why is, and I know you all know this, but just for the folks listening, that engagement with our families, particularly our Latinx community, is a big component of our district goals. Obviously, our LCAP goals, our CSTACE process, all sort of highlighted the need to be more deliberate and purposeful about our outreach and engagement. And then, obviously, partnership and collaboration are values that are embedded very deeply in the MVLA way and always have been as long as I have been here. So this is obviously a natural extension of those values. So who's in the room? I'm not even going to spend a lot of time because I'm sure that folks could read this if they want. The goal of this endeavor is really to bring folks from across the district in every sort of layer of our organization in community with family members and parents who are leaders in the district and also members who have applied to be members at large. So representing the much broader community. Our objectives for the work that we've been doing since last spring and the early part of this fall and winter are really about our equity progress. So examining the progress we've made and celebrating the progress that we've made, and also continuing to look at the ways that we need to improve We were really fortunate to have Dr. Robin LaSalle come and do a presentation in December for our entire group. And we looked at the equity audit that was done on our district in 2016 by the organization at the time then was called Principals Exchange. It has now become Orenda. And so we've been learning about that, sharing perspectives on that work, processing it together, asking staff and admin and families to help us prioritize work for our future, both on the partnership council, but also in the district writ large. So that has been a big component of our work. And as well, we have been working on the MVLA graduate profile, which is exciting. It is coming soon. We have a fabulous young woman named Annie Marcelino at at Freestyle, who is working on a graphic for us. And we will be sharing that graphic when it's done. It will be a draft because we are still in the process of developing this profile, but we wanted to have the graphic to go out sort of larger into the community. So equity progress. We had a meeting last month. It was our first time doing the meeting via Zoom, but we were trying to make it a little bit easier for folks to come. It's long days, particularly on our teachers and administrators who are here really early and then, are coming for meetings in the evening. This is a snapshot of the trends that we heard from that group, both about what is working in our district and what we feel like needs attention. And so I think the things that are working are things that we all know. This district has an incredible equity focus across the board. We know that we're preparing students well for higher education when they leave Mountain View Los Altos. We have been working on, and things are improving in the area of translation and communication, interpretation, language access, and programming for our ESL families and students. We have increased accessibility, and technology is helping with that as well. And then obviously a lot of excitement and energy around our career tech ed offering. So those are the things that lots of folks in the room felt were areas that we were doing a really great job. Areas that we need to continue to pay attention to, obviously always examining the way we are using our human and financial resources to address our equity gaps. Every conversation, we really need to be looking at how are we balancing those needs against equity. We all know that this is an area that everyone is committed to, and the folks in that room just sort of keep our foot on that pedal, right? Increasing support and opportunities for our Latinx families, improving inclusion and access for our under-resourced families. This is an interesting one that came up around professional learning for our teachers and staff, that the folks in the room felt it, and many of them were teachers who felt that it was really important that our staff, our professional learning be not voluntary, right? That it needed to be something that all of us were committed to owning, to improving our work. So that's something that I actually was talking with our IST team this week and doing some brainstorming around how we could improve that. And communication. We continue to hear about communication to our parent community needing to be more effective and reaching a broader audience. I think we hoped that Parent Square would help solve some of these sort of long-term issues with trying to find ways to get these devices to be more helpful for us in reaching our particularly our Latinx families who have told us that just getting emails from people is not very helpful. And we are, both sites have set up now with Bob Fistrom, who was super helpful in getting text-based messaging set up for families. So both Alma and Maria, Alma Morellis and Maria Herney at Los Altos, Alma at Mountain View, are using that capability. Obviously, it's just one of the ways that we're trying to reach our families, but we've got a lot of work to do in that area that isn't about just information in and information out. It's about really engaging with families more deeply. So that's where I come in. There's a lot more information about this particular set of feedback and details that we collected that you can get to on the webpage if you're interested in seeing in more detail what people identified. Okay, so the graduate profile. We are basically in stage 2 of the graduate profile, and stage 1 happened in late spring last year. And basically, just to really quickly review, a graduate profile is where the community comes together to identify the skills and traits that we believe our students need when they graduate to be successful in their post-secondary options, whatever those are, and in life beyond. And so we are currently in stage 2, where we've developed an initial draft of a profile. We've had sites look at it. We've had leadership coordinators look at it. Some students have gotten an opportunity to give feedback. We will be doing something more with the graduate profile at our last meeting of the year, which I'll talk about in a minute, which you're all invited to. And then we'll be doing a thought exchange pretty soon here for the entire community to weigh in on what we've drafted so far. So look for more on the graduate profile coming soon. And these are the two, not surprising, the two kind of fun things that we have to talk about. So as I mentioned, our next and board members are invited to come, because most of the time informational meetings are open. You're welcome to come anytime. The March 21st meeting will be on Zoom. We will be doing some work around putting some action steps to the things we've identified we need to be working on. And April 25th, we will be having our end of the year wrap up, which is new for us this year, event at Michael's at Shoreline. And you will get the opportunity to meet our new MVLA school district student advisory council, which is something that both Dr. Meyer and I are very excited about, to bring student voice directly to the district to work with our student board of trustee members. So Sadie will be one of our co-chairs, and once we know who the ASB president is at Mountain View High School next year and who the board rep will be, they will be operating as the co-chairs of that group. And I think I could say you're kind of excited about that. Yeah. I think Sadie forgot that she was automatically going to be leading it, and she asked me how she could apply, and I said, "Oh, you don't need to apply. You're already in. I got you, girl." So that will be soft launching this spring. We are gathering applications as we speak. Wednesday is the last day for students to apply. We've got quite a crew of folks that have applied. I don't know how we're going to make that decision about who's going to get to stay, because Nellie and I are terrible about those kinds of things. We just want everybody to be able to do all the things. So I've been reading through them, and our kids are amazing. We have amazing kids in this district. So what else do I want to say about this? Anything? No. Okay, so I did have 3 folks here to talk about their experiences. Unfortunately, Semi, with a broken heart, left because she has to get up at 4 a.m. in the morning. She works in a CPA office, and it is tax season, as you know. So I had to almost kick her out as her, face dropped, but she needed to go. So she is very appreciative of FPC, wanted me to share that, and thankful for the opportunity to talk, and hopefully we'll get to share that with you just one-on-one at some point. But I did ask Nikki Selden and Jennifer Lewis, who have hung in here, troopers, to share their perspective. So I don't know if you guys want to come up at the same time, want to come up one at one, but come on up. Oh, you strategize? Okay, awesome. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nikki. I'm mom to a current junior and a 2021 graduate. And I'm one of 2 at-large members on the Partnership Council, which when I say it fast, I always want to call it the Family Planning Council. So if I do that, I'm sorry. It's for you. So just very quickly, kind of my takeaways of my experience so far with the Family Partnership Council is the opportunity to hear the education consultants, number one, the education consultants who have come in and talked to us, because particularly Robin, I know that Michelle's already mentioned Robin LaSalle, when she came and talked to us last fall and she talked about equity and who is experiencing it in our district, which kids are experiencing it more than others. The great big explosion in the room was the top of my head blowing off because it was all news to me. I did not know that. And you know, it's Ted Lasso week at my house, and he says, you know, the truth may set you free, but first it's going to piss you off. And so I was kind of mad about that. And Nellie will attest to the fact that that whole meeting, I was like, because I just couldn't stop talking about it. I still can't stop talking about it when I'm with my friends, I'm pretty involved in the district with other parents, and I talk about that. My second takeaway with this group is the fact that I get to be in a room, I'm with parents all the time, but I get to be in a room with teachers and guidance counselors and administrators and board members, and we get to exchange ideas about things that, like, for example, Robin is talking about, and the, what she called the sweet spot of equity and systemic inequitable traps, which that's one that I had never heard about before, and the 5 things we talked about under that heading. And so, being in the room with folks that are not just parents really provides me with an opportunity to think about what our district can be. So, when we talked about all night long, we've been talking about student profiles and what we want an MVLA graduate to look like. So way back last spring, we'd already talked about, and I was in a group with a principal and a guidance counselor and a teacher, and we talked about what, a student, when they leave this district, that they should have critical thinking skills, that they should be able to communicate effectively, and that they should be able to build community around themselves, which I think is a huge skill to take with them down the road. And finally, because I'll wrap this up, but I have many more thoughts, I'll come back, that I think our district actually is doing some great stuff. Right. I love that we have a wellness coordinator. William Blair came and spoke to the foundation last week and had some fascinating information to share. I love that the district has built 2 wellness centers, one at each high school, for the kids to land at. I love that our, that you guys you advocated and put lights in the stadiums for the sports programs at the high schools. Game changer. Pun intended. It's a game changer. Friday night lights in the fall, not just for the kids on the field and the cheerleaders, but all those kids in the stands. Do you know what that is? That's community, right? That's what community is, and that they learn to do that here so that when they leave, they'll learn to do it for themselves later. So thank you. That concludes my formal presentation. There are three members at large, and we just added 10 more members to the Family Partnership Council, who will be announced shortly. So we are growing.
My turn. Hello. So I want to talk tonight about some of the stuff we've learned at the Family Partnership Council and how we brought it back to Alta Vista. So after hearing from Robin Avalar LaSalle, who presented at one of the Family Partnership meetings, we realized that we are on the right track at Alta Vista. Robin shared that when she came and visited our district 6 years ago, she realized that Alta had many courses that were just as rigorous as our comprehensive sites, but that our students should be able to receive A to G credit for these courses. One of the quotes from this group is that college should be every child's option, that this is the floor, not the ceiling. It was also noted that our school became a last resort for students. Suzanne has been working with Cabinet to make sure that we are getting students earlier so that they can make up their credits and still have options once they are caught up in credits. We want students to be able to decide if they want to stay at Alta Vista or go back to their home sites. Robin also stated that there are practices that school districts are doing that need to be changed. Every system is perfectly designed to get the results it currently gets. Some of these practices she highlighted are no calibration on expected outcomes, not prioritizing the most important things, weak progress monitoring systems, and poorly designed programs and initiatives. With the support and leadership of Suzanne Woolfolk, Alta Vista has had many classes approved as A to G this year and are currently working on having more classes approved. Alta Vista's had students taking courses online that are trade prep courses such as electrician, HVAC, medical terminology, and intro to coding. We've also had college prep online courses such as Spanish and English, and AP courses such as AP Studio Arts. We've also set up scholarships for many of our graduating seniors so that they can continue their schooling. We've also set up training programs to help students who are ready to go into their careers. With the help of the administration and adult ed, we have students who are starting tomorrow in the eye care program. Last year, our students who completed this were all placed in jobs where the starting salary was $26 an hour with benefits. At Alta, we pride ourselves in monitoring systems. Each week, we meet with our students in advisory, which is every Friday and built into our schedule. We talk about their goals, their progress, and what else can be done. We also use this time to have guest speakers that talk about careers and life after high school. This time is also used as a celebration to celebrate students who have made honor roll or for students who have made big strides during this grading period. We also send updates to our parents every few weeks with how their students are doing and how they're progressing. And we have care conferences with our parents and students to talk about how to best support their students. So we feel like we're highlighting the goal of being able to monitor our students that Robin brought up. We also have realized that inadequate professional learning can harm teaching practices, and our site, with the support of Dr. Myers, Terry Fott, and Suzanne Woolfolk, are going to a conference that is all about supporting students and best practices for students who are attending continuation high schools. We feel like we're making great strides towards the inadequate, or what you say, we're making great strides towards the practices that every school is doing wrong. And now Alta Vista is doing them right. Thank you.
Okay, so the end. Question.
Catherine.
Short question. This is a quick one, though. Do we have a parent area at each school? I mean, not like the PTA room or anything, but like resources, you know, like there's college and career resources for the students in the college and career center, and I guess parents can have some access to it too. But in terms of, I don't know, any kind of resource, books on things or resources.
I mean, I'm gonna turn around and look at I say if we did, it probably doesn't look like that right now, just because of all of the construction and.
Yeah.
But I don't think.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, so they do.
That's, I think,
That's where they go.
And I would say even with our new buildings, there's always an issue of space. And so there's a competition for space, but our PTSAs have a designated area and they kind of bring, well, outside in the college and career area, you bring your materials with you is where I was going. So not a designated area on site, but a room that you use every meeting. Yeah, tutorial center. So materials are spread out in there, but not necessarily a place to, you know, and I think it's fair to say more elementaries and middles have what you're referring to, the parent centers, because of the space issue at high schools.
Just curious. I didn't think we had anything like that, but I just thought it.
I guess I would just like to say thank you for your presentations tonight. It was just nice to hear the different perspectives, and it continues to be something I very much enjoy, the family partnership and the discussion.
I'm going to borrow a question from Esme, which is how you do your recruiting.
From the parent community?
Yes.
Well, to be honest with you, it's a recruitment / invitation process. So the parent leaders that we have that are sitting in positions that they've been elected to throughout the community, so PTSA presidents, the LPO, which is our Latino parent organization, which is what Semi is ahead of, DLAC has a representative that's invited, obviously the staff, the principal and administrative staff, boosters, the foundation has a representative, all of those folks, teachers who are working with our target populations of students, all have a, sort of like invitation to be on the council. And then we initially, when we framed out this group, had only 3 members at large, one of whom is Nikki, Panzer was the other one, Gwen Byard is the third. And what we started to realize that sometimes in the meetings, as people were kind of coming and going and able to attend and not attend, that the scale of staff was tipped a little bit too heavy, and we wanted to really think about how we could get more community members involved. So this last go around, we opened it up to 10 more. So now we will have a baker's dozen of family members. And the process was just that they applied, and there's an application process that asks questions about, why are you interested? What do you think your skills are? It's sort of like kids when they're applying to college. And then Nellie and I use a rubric that we established and look at the, balance of voices in the room and perspectives, and invited 10 of the folks to come join us. So, well, we're about to invite them. Yeah, I think any moment now they're going to find out. They're waiting on pins and needles like their kids for their college acceptance. Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you very much, Michelle.
Thank you. Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
it's budget time.
It is.
Elvis is warming up.
That's right.
Mike, I love this.
Oh. It's easy to read.
Okay, well, thank you. Good evening. It is that time of year and that time of the evening where we get to talk about the second interim budget report. We're just going to jump right in. The format of the slide deck is consistent. Every time we get the report, so we're just identify the information that matters. Right, we are addressing the MVLA goal, which supports the academic achievement of all students by maintaining fiscal stability and continue to do so. In terms of the budget cycle, just to familiarize all of us with where we are in that, this is the second interim budget report as required by state law. Next time we'll be up here is the adopted budget in June, and then we'll close out this year in September. So overlap years there. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Fiscal Services Director, Elvis Lopez, to just do the high-level overview. Online and available electronically, but paper copies is very thick. All the detailed financial reports. It's in the format of a standardized account code structure provided by the state. Has lots of detail in there. So members of the public online or any future date want to look, this is a more thorough document. But we're just going to be on high level. That Elvis, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. On the left, you'll see the first interim number. The biggest number that will come down to is the fund balance that we're going to overspend a lot of the one-time monies. On the right, the second interim number, and we have not spent it all. So in my mind, we're not going to spend it all this year by the expenses. So I let the carried expenses to have the money fall out and come out next year again. It's money that we got from art and we take a discretionary block grant and emergency learning block grant as well. So in my mind, if we're not going to spend the money, why keep creating the dollar amount that we're going to spend that we're not? letting it out, fall down, so when we open next year, we have the money available again. The high revenues, you can tell we went up, by $1.6 million. Later slide, I'll get more into detail of what it was. And you can see expenditures, they dropped because of the fund balance, of moving those dollars amount for the following year. So in order for those dollars to fall down, I had to lower the expenses. So the more breakdown of the unrestricted. Unrestricted is a dollar that there's no strings attached to. We decide on how we should spend the money. Most of that is salaries, anything to help all the schools run. Restricted is mostly we have strings attached, meaning it's lottery, COVID funds we can spend on only COVID, any other stuff, special ed is another one, our big dollars on. Again, this is more of a breakdown. OPEB stayed the same, not much change there. Our contributions did go up a little bit. That's due to special ed kind of going up on the position. Next slide. Again, this shows the unrestricted fund balance increasing by 200,000 for the first interim. And you'll see the fund balance unrestricted went up by 400,000 again. We were expecting to spend little dollars. We didn't. In my mind, I said again, it didn't seem right to kill those expenses if we're not gonna spend them all out. Again, beginning the fund balance on both sides, and our ending balances are increased on both ends, on unrestricted and the restricted side. Again, most of this is about $2.2 million is, like I said, the monies we just got this year. And I'll show the next slide more in detail. The top line is the money we got for transportation that Mike explained earlier on the transportation plan. That money we're getting actually this year, $413,231. Next year's project a little bit higher, but it depends on our actual expenditures of this year. Secured property taxes went up 268,000. I think at first interim we came in at 8.58. I think now we're at 8.88%. Unsecured taxes also went up compared to first interim. We had additional 300,000 in local revenues, kind of leases that we have, people using facilities, so that's additional money we get. Special did get additional 60,000, and increases did go up on utilities, went up actually about 200,000, and then we had another increase again for stuff and stuff like that, and that we have to account for a lot of the other stuff, but in betweeners, like I said, here's the reduction on $2.2 million that I reduced, because I said we're not spending that money. So I showed we're going to spend it. I don't want to get surprised later on that, oh, you said you were spending, but you didn't spend it. So I want to be very transparent on. I'm not thinking we're going to spend it all this year. I think we're going to carry on. Maybe next year, probably the year after, but that's what I think.
And just quickly, while you're here, I'll just continue to emphasize that restricted part is when you look at the slide, first interim versus second interim, you might go to the bottom line and go, wait, how are we going from a decrease, a deficit of almost 5 million, an increase of 1.067 million. And that's what those next two slides kind of unpack it, the unrestricted and restricted side. And so really, we're trying to be more accurate and more thoughtful in terms of where we're projecting the end of the year to be. Prior reports, prior years, we would try and say, hey, we're getting all this in the restricted side, we're going to spend it, and we're going to zero it out. And that never happened. We do this perpetual dance and presentation of, well, we had carryovers, and then it was these wild swings in terms of what was on paper. So our approach now is saying, we know we're going to have money left over at the end of the year, so let's show that now. Let's show that that'll be an increase to the total combined fund balance, and then we're showing that we're going to spend it next year. So that's why you hear us emphasizing that maybe more than in past presentations. All right, so where does that have overall the district sitting in terms of our reserve level, which is important, especially as we look ahead to economic less certainty, I will say, than maybe we had before. Just hear that talk about the state level already. Recent local news, perhaps too, might question some financial security for certain industries. And this is where we stand in terms of our reserves, which are really intended for calamity and really negative occurrences. So we have our target reserve levels, which is based upon board policy. We are meeting 2 out of those 3 categories, which is what we say each time. If you actually total up the current reserve level of dollar amounts and convert it to a percentage, it's about 18%. So if you're out talking to the board members or at CSBA events, Dr. Maya and I talk about this at different county superintendents meetings. When you aggregate it all, and even though we break it out in 3 buckets, that dollar amount, the 4 million plus 14 million plus 6, equates to about 18% of our total general fund expenditures.
So another green check.
Sure, I'll take as many green checks. It's just when we break it out, like OPEB is higher, so you could move it around, but we look at it as a whole. Yes.
So you're saying that OPED has to be separate than the 3% required minimum? Because I feel like the 3% required minimum, maybe I'm missing something, but the 3% required minimum is part of your 2-month operating expenses, right?
So
can you explain?
Yeah, so we break it out this way per the board policy. So it's written in the board policy in different categories. So the 3% is required. That's statute.
Right.
Districts our size, right? So in addition to that, this was 2018, I think we adopted it 2017, 2018 as a basic aid / community funded district. An additional amount beyond that 3% of 2 months operating expenditures, and that came from guidance
Oh,
for
so it's
government
actually
agencies, nonprofits.
So what you're saying is it's actually 20%.
Yeah, it's 20%.
Oh,
These
okay.
two
I
plus
understand
whatever
now.
are other post-employment benefits.
That's
And
pretty
that-
generous.
Yep,
Okay.
and that OPEB,
Yeah.
well, it's pretty typical for a district like ours in terms of the community funded or basic aid. Because what happens is state funded districts, enrollment goes up and down. They have that added protection from the state where revenue goes up or down per student, right? So our district like ours, enrollment goes up, revenue could go down. Those may not go in the same direction because they're actually not linked in that same way. Or, as we talked, I think 5 years ago, when we were looking at the policy, a natural disaster happened, right? And forbid that happen, although we're seeing it on the news right now in the areas to the south of us or even in our county, where that's significantly dropped property values. And so some of that, there's a lag, but it allows that buffer essentially to kind of say, okay, how do we make a plan and have a runway for how to adjust that budget, a year from now. So it is 20% plus the other post-employment benefits. And that number in OPEB is provided by an actuary every year. So that target level changes, and that's the locally negotiated retirement benefits. So it's not PERS, it's not STIRS, it's essentially medical benefits that we provide for when the time for our techs. Yes.
From my own perspective, the situation with the the restricted, that you're gonna just say till next year or whatever. How many of the ones that it wouldn't apply to the unrestricted, I guess, but the restricted, how much money is required by law or whatever you have to spend in a certain amount of time?
The restricted side, none. There is no requirement.
No, there isn't. The restricted side is in and on the grant, so a lot of the core funds that we have, it's 5 year time, we have to spend it all out. So the
That's
money,
what I mean.
yeah, it's 5 years.
So some of it's 5 years, some of it whatever, so
Yes,
you have to keep track of that separately. So
Correct.
that you don't
correct.
move it to a different year and then go, oops, I lost it.
Yeah, no, it's moved to a separate year.
And so
Whatever it is.
a great example of that is the educator effectiveness grant, which was a little over $1 million. We had 5 years to spend it. And so we had to come and worked with Ed Services, presented a plan. It's on the order of like $258,000 a year. Well, we didn't spend in year one that, 20%. So now you have almost the same amount spent over 4 years. And so
Yeah.
in some of our more detailed financial records, we're happy to show you, it shows in the restricted fund balance a certain amount each year, and you can see it go down by a specific amount showing what we're spending. So that's an example of that 5 year.
Yeah, that's why I said it only applies
Yeah.
to restricted, because unrestricted is your money is money.
Yeah, and we have some residual donation, dollars. Jude Angus Scholarship Fund comes to mind. Some other principals donations accounts that constantly have money, and so that balance just rolls over year to year. All right, we're gonna go past reserves, the multi-year projection, again, this is what tells us we have the ability to meet our obligations this year and in the future 2 years. And so I'll just direct your attention to the bottom 2 lines. In that middle column, which is supposed to be green, it shows an overall decrease, but again, that's weighted down by the restricted side, right? So that's a lot of that work. We're starting with $2 billion, and we're spending a lot of that down. But you see the fund balance still very healthy at the bottom of that. But again, that, I'm not called overspending, it's spending money that's already in the bank on the restricted side. And then, of course, in the 3rd year, 24-25, an increase in the fund balance. Of note, we have salary agreements with our associations for 23-24, but yet to be agreed upon, any salary adjustment for 24-25. So that does not include any built-in salary increase.
Mike, the 23-24 does.
Right, it has that 5% because we had that 3-year agreement, so that is included in there.
Understood.
Yep.
Okay, any further questions? Edith?
Yeah, I do have a question, because I noticed we're going down. And then there's like 121, and then we go back up to 32. I mean, it's not a significant number, but sorry, if you go back to the enrollment.
Oh, yes, this is the,
So, I don't know if anyone has any insight into that, because that's a little weird. Like usually it kind of goes down or up. It doesn't kind of.
well, and there's a nuance in here, which is a victim of timing of when we put together these financials, which is based upon January 31st and enrollment at that time. Even incoming 9th grade enrollment, this is what it was reflecting, and a lot of those assumptions are built upon that. And yet, last Monday, we consulted again with Ed Services that looks at the new number, and it's showing a different enrollment. Actually, it went up, and so
What's the new number? That can I put you on the spot, or do you not have the number?
I can go back and look at it
Okay.
and get it to you by the end of the meeting.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
But there was a
Because someone
change.
was asking me, part of the city negotiations, is how much enrollment do we have? So I want to have the numbers. Right?
And what's hard right now.
Yeah, it's hard, I know.
Schools and services is we have students who have registered in our system, particularly 9th graders, who we know aren't going to come. This is the private school students or students who are planning or wanting to attend a private school, but are just waiting to get admitted. And so we don't know exactly which ones won't come, but historically there's a percentage, and that has ebbed and flowed, and COVID threw like a 90-degree left turn in terms of normal historical patterns. So we can provide that. The good news is that our budget assumptions, we weren't reducing staff and cost by the full 121 impact of the 121 fewer students. So the fact that now we're looking at an enrollment that's higher than this year, we're able to staff appropriately, and it kind of fits with the numbers that we were already sitting at.
Okay, yeah, there's no rush, but if you could give me those numbers, because I want to give as accurate as I can to the city council person who's asking me. Because I think the impression is that they're looking at the elementary school districts, which definitely show a decline. This to me is a slight decline, but it's like pretty low.
Yeah. And this bears out with our demographic study from 2017.
And to your point, we really won't have an accurate number until August.
Okay.
So we
that's
have
fair.
these estimates, and we have dual, people hedging their bets, enrolling in 3 schools. And so, but it is, you're right, flat. I would call it flat.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Elders and Mike.
Thank you.
Bill, can I make a motion?
I'm sorry?
May I make a motion?
Yes, please.
I would like to I move that the Board of Trustees certifies that the district will be able to meet financial obligations for 22-23 fiscal year and adopt resolution 22/23-22 budget revision, authorizing the recommended budget adjustment.
Second.
Okay, moved by Catherine, seconded by Peter, that we adopt the recommendation of the agenda. You have all heard the motion. Sadie?
I approve.
And I think Sanjay is no longer with us. So we're down to 4 board members. Please signify your approval by raising your hand. And it is approved 4-0 with Sanjay not present. And finally, 16.4, this is a sunshiny of
No,
the
no, we're on 18.
school safety plan. 18.4,
This is school safety plans,
yes.
and I've always been interested in school safety plans.
And I just want to say that for the reason of great interest, this is the first reading, so you will have 2 weeks to review, make suggestions, give us feedback and ask questions. I want to commend our campuses for their work on the safety plans. It's, they put a lot of good time into it. And so it is available for you to look at. And so there will not be a presentation with this item, just the first reading for your review.
So just in the interest of time, I did look at the previous one, but I didn't see any major differences. Are there major differences that I should be aware of?
Not necessarily. We made our major differences in the year prior.
That's what I thought. So, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I agree with Dr. Meyer that we have 2 weeks to look it over, so we know they're there, we skimmed them. And now we can see if there's any particular things we want to know about before we finally put the next time. And I appreciate that, Mike, because I think it was 1 year, several years back or whatever. I was like, yeah, you don't have time to prove it all at once.
And of course, this is a topic very much on every parent's mind and every student's mind.
Nowadays, yes,
every board
definitely,
member's
yeah.
mind.
It's time.
Okay, we are now into item 19.1. Any suggestions? It looks like our plate is pretty full for the next few board meetings. But any suggestions? Okay, we'll move ahead then. Is there any communications or correspondence to share?
None at this time, other than what we've already heard.
Good, thank you. The date, time, and place of next meeting, the regular board meeting will be Monday, April 3rd. That will be preceded by a workshop on the ethnic studies program.
Correct, at 4 p.m. in the boardroom.
And you see there yes, Catherine.
Can I just say that this is a big change, and maybe the whole audience was paying total attention, the fact that we deleted the 27th meeting, and then we're gonna have this one instead with the study station. We need to do some sort of, where's Michelle? Did she leave? Communications to people that this is what we're doing, and make a big deal of it, so people don't show up here on the 27th without us, or people are confused. We just need to make it real clear.
We can do that. We can put that out in our newsletters and in social media.
And then we'll be presenting the student of the month from March after the open meeting.
Yes.
Okay, nothing further on the meeting schedule. Very good. We do not need to return to closed session. And that means we are up to the point of adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Excellent. Thank you, Esme. You saved it. And Catherine seconds the motion. So moved by Esme, seconded by Catherine, that the meeting be adjourned.
I approve.
Sadie approves. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Sanjay not present. We are adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Incorporate here to the budget.